Good morning for the next 13 minutes. Good morning, everybody. Let me turn this down a little bit. Bring that to max just to start. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of actually streaming. Professional streamer, by the way. Day 2 of actually consistently having at least some kind of stream. Who knows if we'll keep doing this? Maybe. We'll see about that. Anyway, today we're going to be playing a little continuation of the Victoria 3 campaign that I started the day before this DLC released. So, of course, naturally, we are continuing our campaign as Japan here. Now, the last time we left off with this campaign, we had already re-established the Empire, or we have restored the Emperor to power. We are the number 5 GDP in the world, actually, which is pretty cool. So we're doing pretty alright. We do have a bit of debt, but at this point it doesn't matter too much because we have a low interest rate, so we're kind of chilling. We can do a bit of deficit spending, kind of, sort of, while we inject a bunch of money to jumpstart the construction sectors in this economy. So things are going pretty alright. We did also just steal the Dutch East Indies, which are now the Japanese East Indies. And of course, we went ahead and made them primary culture Japanese. They're still Protestant, though, which is interesting. Don't think we can change that, even though I think we should be allowed to. Anyway, I think that pretty much sums up where we left off last time. So I'd like to give a big introduction or a big good morning to, so far, Colonel Bogey and Mr. Overheat. Is it the West Japanese Trade Company? Yeah, there we go. It's like, instead of calling them, like, the East Indies, because, like, you know, when they were looking for India, they came over here and they're like, wow, is this India? But they just called them the West Indies, which was kind of funny. But then, you know, they went over here and they're like, they're like the Indies, but in the East. But instead, if we're Japan, we can say, they're like the Japanese archipelago, but south. So maybe it's just like the southern, what would you even call them? The southern Japanese Isles or something. Anyway, the plan for today, I think, is we're probably going to try and take Korea. Maybe. Possibly. We do have colonial claims on Korean territory. So we could take, I think, the entire thing for, I don't know, like 40 infamy, which isn't even that bad. The main problem is that we have to beat up Qing for that, and Britain hasn't collapsed, but they also just never did the Opium Wars. So it's a little bit awkward, where Britain is still strong, like they took over Dainam, but they just don't have Hong Kong. It's a little bit weird. Not really sure what to do about that, but I'm sure we can help Qing collapse faster if we try hard enough. I don't know how I would do that, but I'm sure I can figure it out. It's great that they actually have 0 dissent, though. That's really neat. Do you have any radicals? Do you have anything? Does anybody hate Qing rule right now? No, everyone's chilling. You might have 12% of the population starving, but they're chill with that. They're actually perfectly okay with this state of affairs. Okay. Well, we'll see if we can change that. We will see. I think this is also like the 3rd ever election, maybe? Right, we have wealth voting. That's fine for now. We do want to pick up public health whenever we can, and also change away from mercantilism because it's kind of mid. Hey there, streamer. First time catching one on YouTube. That's a new one. Most of the time I hear, wow, you stream on Twitch too? That's crazy. You know what else I need to do? Rivals. I want to rival Russia? Are you rivaling me? Why do you have so many contracts? What the hell is all this? Like how the AI just goes ahead and does 23 million contracts. I'm sitting here with like 2. Literally 2 treaties. Streaming on Kick? No. Wish I could actually play Victoria 3, but I'm too dumb. That's not true. That's not true. Victoria 3 is a game that is actually not that bad to get the hang of. It's just daunting. It's like a little bit confusing at first. You just have to learn like a very small amount of economics, and then it works out. For the most part. Kind of. Which is better, I'm only here because I'm on a new phone and I never remember to get the Twitch app until I see that someone is streaming. Really? Someone who likes Twitch better. I mean, I guess that has to be the case at some point eventually. Otherwise, they wouldn't have anybody on Twitch. But me personally, I do not like using Twitch as much. Because there are simply too many very annoying ads on Twitch. I did follow advice. I kept trying to build more buildings. More buildings and buildings to feed my buildings, and then I got conquered. Right, so the extra step in that is to also build a military. That part's kind of important as well. You build buildings and buildings for your buildings until you have enough extra stuff from the buildings for your buildings, and then you use the extra stuff to build guns, and then you build an army. So are we actually moving these troops over? Like, what's up? It doesn't seem like these guys are doing anything. Like, these troops still need to move, man. Could we get on that? Yeah, the whole naval system is still kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie. I figured I'd give it 2 weeks to see if, like, they change the way that ships behave, but, like, no, this is actually still tedious. Yeah. Never had enough to start an army that didn't get steamrolled. Wait. Oh, you want to start as Texas and become super progressive. Oh, yeah, Texas is kind of cooked. I kind of missed that part. Ooh. Demand the monks convert and become Shinto priests. Actually, yeah. Please do. Can I become Shinto now? No. 12% of the population only right now. Brutal. So are we moving these troops? Like, what's happening? This is the 3rd time I'm asking you to move the army. Because now we're gonna have to deal with this. It is really annoying. Ooh, opium barons, my favorite. English becomes obsessed with opium. We're selling opium to the English. We're so back. Oh, the irony. This is amazing. This is fantastic. Hold on, I'm gonna get a screenshot of that. Hold on. Beautiful. I'm definitely doing that. That's so funny. Time for a reverse opium war. We need to demand the ports of Cornwall to allow for the free transit of goods against those who would impede global shipping. Against those who would impede the free association of clients and businesses. Okay, we need a lot of tax collection in Hokushinetsu. Hokushinetsu. All right, I have these new ones. Hold on. Here we go. That's gonna use a whole lot of. Ooh, that's a lot of paper. Oh, that's so much paper. Okay, I need to build paper ASAP. Uh-oh. What's my good paper state? Am I building them in Kanto? Yeah, Kanto works, actually. More paper. Actually, I'm gonna need a lot more than that. There we go, now we can put that down. Take Philippines from the Spanish? I'm thinking maybe. Japanese Hong Kong is a bit of a maybe. That's actually a lot of a maybe. Because honestly, if I'm gonna take any infamy when I'm doing actions against China, which obviously I will, I'd rather just take stuff from them, like full states. %5 of the non-Shinto population becomes Shinto. 7%? Oh, we can just smelt artillery? Yeah, that's fine. That's... Oh, no, wait a second. We're smelting the bells for cannons. Honestly, Jisha skill issue. We're gonna do it. Getting so many people leaving my block. I think it's my Japanese East Indies granting independence to their subjects, which is dumb. Don't do that. Do I have high taxation on? I should. Well, maybe I shouldn't. Am I trying to pass anything? Wouldn't it be really funny if we get Bakufu back? Wouldn't it be funny? Let's see. There really is nothing for me to take right now. Okay, if there's nothing to take, I'm actually gonna tax people more. I'm spending so much money. The interest isn't even that bad, but I feel like I am not expanding the debt ceiling faster than I am taking on debt. Also, are your subjects leaving? Yes, they are. They absolutely are. Okay, so maybe I should just go in here, annex a bunch of countries, and assign them to the East Indies. Also, are you... Ooh, yeah, you have a lot of issues. I don't even know how to solve that for you. Good luck. That's crazy. Crazy how that works. How about... let's make things worse. Go to extraction economy. No, I won't do that. But I don't know how to solve these issues. Whether or not I have this stuff, or it's my subject that's maintaining it, like, we're just getting revolts regardless. Why are you upset? A lot of radical supporters. Okay, so why do you have so many radicals? 55%, that's pretty bad. Okay, but why? Why are you mad? Nobody knows. I assume it's because they have really bad standard of living. Well, that's kind of too bad, actually. That's kind of a skill issue. I can't do anything about that. Okay, maybe I should do something about this. Did I say 45 units? That's a lot. I mean, I'm sure it's not going to be that bad. Where's my navy? Oh, it keeps on going back home. Which is reasonable, but I need them to not do that right now. Station... here, I guess. Almost like people get radical when they're desperate. I mean... they could just not, I think. I think they could just not be. That would be nice. Are you gonna go democracy? I don't know how this game works. We are like kind of democracy, just not democracy for everybody. Democracy if you can afford it. So naturally, that's gonna give us favorable policies. Because, oh no, the only people who can vote are the people who have money, and the people who have money have a vested interest in making more money? Oh gosh, oh no. That's crazy. Therefore, we get to enact policies that allow them to make more money, and we're going to use that money to industrialize, and then we're going to take that money later. Is Siam a puppet? No, they're just chilling. For now. "7 days, you say? That doesn't look like 7 days to me. I need to build better ships. I need to build ships, actually, in general. What's my navy looking like? 96% screening. What even are these? Some mid, more mid. Okay. Well, actually, I would like these two ships to refit. And these are not the same model. This is the 1850 model, and okay, we're gonna finish this little rebellion, and then we're gonna refit the navy. Even though refitting won't do much because my navy is actually just made out of wood. You look at the British Navy, and there's just like... Actually, they only have 6.5... Wait, British ships, 29. Who's ruling the waves right now? The French? Dear God. The French should never be ruling the waves. That's so cursed. That's incredibly cursed. But it also gives me hope that I might be able to steal India from the British, and that would make me very happy. Nope, 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 nope. Don't you run away from me, come back here. You're gonna station in here. Ooh, moving the ships across land, we love that. Why wouldn't you take the Philippines? Infamy. And also I can't. Because I am too friendly with the Spanish. I am considering allowing someone to actually build in my country. Oh, do we already have... No, we don't have investment rights. France, would you like investment rights? No. Oh, because we... Oh, they have no interest in us at all. There are no investment rights because nobody cares about us. That's kind of fair. Okay, well, we want to do more trade, I think. Maybe, at some point. Maybe not yet, actually. We don't really care too much. Oh, right, I literally just said I want to refit the Navy, and then I didn't do that. Okay, these 3 ships. I think we click here, we click... these 3. Oh. Select all. Change template to the... wait, hold on. That's the 53 variant. We want these 2. Change to the 1853 model. And we want to retrofit them. We want all of the 1850 models to swap to the 53 model. I probably will take the Philippines, but like not right now. Probably. Ooh, you've actually puppeted Joseon. I think we should liberate them. I think that's what we should do. Corporate empire. Oh, that's crazy. We actually need to start establishing the Zaibatsu. Oh. Okay, we'll do that at some point. It's, Ching who puppeted Joseon. Well, they were already a tributary, but... okay, Navy being refit. That's gonna take a while. That's fine, because I don't actually want to build more ships right now. I want better ships. What else to do? Let's see. This Navy, I think, is the one being refit. This one can carry about 8 troops on it. Okay, so we're gonna move this army. Oh, I can't station you. I don't like that I can't station in my colonies. It feels weird. Anyway, we're going to clean up a little bit of the East Indies, because it's really cheap to do that. And then we're going to ask, because we have military access, to be stationed here. Let's go, water tube boiler. That's big, actually. That's really, really big. It's big if we have tools, actually. If we don't, it's cooked. We don't really have many tools. Shoot. We're the number 3 producer of tools, and we don't have nearly enough tools. How much coal do I have? We're making a decent bit. Okay, so the 2 things I actually need these for... Oh, the coal's gonna be so expensive. It is a little bit cooked. So I think that's gonna depress the price of iron too much, and these are gonna become unprofitable. Yep. Exactly as I expected. That's not good. We definitely want chemical bleaching. That's big. What if Panama Canal? Well, we don't really have a lot of motivations for the Panama Canal. Because we're not doing that much trade. Like, let's see, what are our interactions with the world market? In terms of participants, we are very small. That's the British market. We are right here. Very small part of the market. We don't really have much of an interest in building the Panama Canal. At most, maybe we would be interested in building the Suez Canal so we can better export to Europe. But like, not really. Because most of our empire is going to be centered around, like, Asia, obviously. So, pretty much everything we need is going to be independent of any straits in particular. You can toll everyone else's trade? I guess so. But I don't know if I'd be making that much money off of the tolls. It doesn't really give us an economic edge. It just lets us tax a little bit. I don't know. If it gives us more than, like... If it gives us more than 40,000 national revenue per week, then maybe it would be worth it. Oh, we actually don't have enough people. I thought we did. I thought that was just from a pop-up from earlier. Okay, so we need more sailors. We'll just do that real quick. And you guys are making money. We're actually fine with deficit spending. Okay, let's actually increase the amount that we can build. I think we're at max in Tohoku. Yeah, we do need to increase the amount that we can build because we need to increase the demand for iron. So, where else do we have iron, actually? Well, we have 10 in here. No actual iron, just 10 construction sectors. Really? Just those two locations? Okay. It would be so glorted, though. Dog. American Sakhalin? God, that's cursed. Not on my watch, I'm taking that back. What is this? What do you think you're doing? Who do you think you are exactly? 9,000 naval strength. Shoot, that's actually really big. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Okay, we need to lock in. We need to lock in. Hold on. Ships? Building queue? Yeah, we are maximizing, maybe not maximizing, because this kind of messes up the convoy maintenance. Wait, does it? Does it still do that? I think it does still do that. Dude. Oh, we can also reform the Shinsengumi. What does that do? Naval Secret Police Law. Oh, okay, it just changes it to the secret police, like the regular ones. What's that bottom thing? Bureaucracy cost of home affairs reduction and political strength shopkeepers. Okay, it's just secret police, but like without being Shinsengumi. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do that as well. Okay, yeah, we need to lock in. We might actually just burn through a couple supply ships to refit this military faster, because this is not good. Wait. I have a defensive pact with Britain. Oh, but their navy sucks. I forgot. Britain is cooked. What do they want? They want Sakhalin, and they want these islands, and I want them to screw off. What even is my move here? Liberate Tungus. Let's go. Transfer Finland, of course. What's not good? What's not good is that Russia is attempting to start a diplomatic play against me to take Sakhalin. And I'm gonna have to convince the British to help me. And I also need to figure out what I'm gonna poke them with. Because none of these are oh, hold on, some of these are incorporated states. Maybe I'll ask for war reparations. Your economy is larger than mine. Revoke claim, easily enforceable. True, but what if I... Actually, no, I'm not gonna land in Russia. What am I saying? What if I land in Russia, though? No, it's okay. Yeah, we'll do something really, really simple. What do you even have claims on? Sakhalin, I guess. As long as they don't control Sakhalin, then we can just revoke the claim, right? Like, we automatically get this war goal for free. Because they don't own any of it, so... I think that's how that works. Dude, they're actually going crazy aggressive. They're like, actually, we want to take half of Japan as well. How about you kick rocks, bud? How about that? Nah, that's crazy. Nah, that's crazy. Bro picked up 99 infamy for this. Got as close as he could before getting world coalitioned. That's crazy. We need those ships refitted yesterday. Holy shit, please. I need to figure out a way to be even faster. Alright, Britain. All ally. We are in a defensive pact. The British Empire is on our side. Even though they're kind of mid right now, actually, but... Yeah, they're super mid right now. I have no idea why they deleted their navy, but that's cool, I guess. Raj Navy as well? True. British Navy, Raj Navy. My navy is getting a little bit better. That's a separate war. Now they're worried. What if I give you a second revoke claim, just so that you think you have a reason to back down instead? What even is the war goal? A revoke claim. Do you have to own the area that's claimed, or do they just need to, like, not take it, or how does that even work? I wish it would tell you, where it's like, oh, revoke claim. The war goal for this, by the way, is going to be taking the province. You might be able to land the Far East since they don't have troops stationed there. Yeah, land maybe. Hold is a different question. No, my objective here is to back out of this. My objective is for both sides to back out with nothing changing. Or I guess my objective is for Russia to back out. Because I don't actually care about this claim. Okay, you don't actually own Northern Jilin, so what if I revoke the claim on this as well? They might look at this and say, oh, hold on, wait a minute. We should back out, because there's Britain, or something. Oh, I can't grant you a state because of somebody. Okay, paper is going to be cheaper. The other thing we want is a lot more tooling. Like a lot of tools. Tools and also... No, we have infrastructure now, okay. Yeah, we just need a lot more of these. Please back out. Please back out. If you're worried and you don't have much to lose, thank you. Screw off. What kind of voodoo did we do to transfer the Dutch East Indies? A little thing we like to call warfare. I actually would like to decrease you to a colony. That would be lovely. Also, can you become extraction economy? No, because nobody wants that. That's the thing with subjects. I'm kind of waiting for like this subject DLC in Victoria 3. Where I can actually reasonably tell them to do something and they'll actually do it. Did you take the British and say, I want this, take this for me? No, I actually just landed. Like, I just took stuff from the Dutch. I just dropped in. Okay, the Navy is getting a little bit better over time. That's a small price to pay, we'll take that. So, if we had this whole war pop up in like 2 years, then honestly, it wouldn't have been that bad. I think the Navy would have been strong enough. Also, we're not passing anything, so I should be using my authority. Where are we building things right now? Mostly in Tohoku. Are we... Yeah, we're mostly getting... Holy shit, that's a massive part of the GDPs from iron. But these numbers don't add up. Right? 57 plus 6 plus 5 plus 5 plus 4 plus 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. That doesn't add up to 100. I don't think. What is that, like 85%? That doesn't make any sense. Also, tooling should be a much, much larger part of the economy here. Of the GDP. Very, very peculiar. They still get infamy? From backing down, I believe they do still get some infamy, but not all of it. So I think they get to lose like 70% of the infamy when they back down, but they do still get some of it. It's kind of messed up though, because they're like, yeah, we're gonna take half of Japan, and then actually never mind, but the infamy is still super low. As if you weren't just about to start a diplomatic play for that. As if nobody would notice. Like, ooh, my bad. You thought we wouldn't notice that. Okay, well the capitalists are still making money, so you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna increase construction again. And then we're gonna build more tooling workshops. And I am privatizing them so that the company gets them. What did I give you? Oh, I actually didn't give you steel mills. Is that because I plan to give the Sumitomo steel mills, maybe? Yeah, I probably will give that to Sumitomo. Okay, so once we get another company, we'll do that. Also, Hawaii. How long do we need to invest in Hawaii for? Because it's been a while. I don't know, I guess we'll find out. Okay, the Navy is actually refit. That was a lot faster than I thought it would be. Okay, so you guys are going to group up. Cool. I think what we'll do is probably... What is that? Total 5 capital ships and 21 cruisers. We've got the 53 model. Actually, can I make a better model? Because the 53 model is this. I could make them faster, but like... Seems a lot more expensive for very little gain in this instance. We'll build more of the 53 model. Yeah. Okay, we'll add another, like 4 of these, I guess. And we can balance out the construction a little better. Navy is now at 4,000 power projection, and the Russians have 9,000. Good God. It is cooked. Oh, we have no steel. Yeah, that's a big problem. Gonna take Hawaii? That's so epic. Is it epic? I don't know. We should automatically get them, though. Hawaii is kind of doomed in Victoria 3. Because you don't even have to actually invade them. You just have to click this button and then wait like 10 years. Should also be rivaling more countries. You know what? Yeah, you do deserve to get rivaled, Russia. Screw you, actually. Maybe Austria too. Like, they're not doing much. They're kind of getting cooked. What's even happening here? Hungary's fighting for independence against Austria. Prussia's trying to make Saxony a protectorate and conquer Württemberg. And Saxony wants to leave the power bloc, right? Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. Austria is cooked. Gonna rival them too, just cause... Ally Ottomans? That would be funny, but they kind of hate me. I don't even know why. I never did anything to them. Threatened by the Empire of Japan's infamy. Buddy, I don't know if you realize, but like, you're all the way over here. I don't care. Oh, we're rivaled. No, that's why. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Austria isn't going to be a great power for long, it seems. Yeah, they're probably cooked. But they're not as cooked as I thought they would be. They are holding the line against Hungary, just not Prussia. Russia declared rivalry? Yeah, I bet. Screw you. Should subjugate the Ottomans to justify their fear of you. We'll get there slowly but surely. We're just gonna, like, slowly encroach our way across Asia. As soon as I can get my infamy down, because I do want to take Joseon. That should be mine. We'll take an authority hit, and I'm actually going to spend authority, like I said I would.
Not even real, actually.
The Mexican pharmaceutical company would like you to invest in medical opium, the most healthy painkiller with zero side effects. Buy more opium today.
That sounds great. Thank you very much, The Watcher, for the $4.99 super chat. It's actually, in this case, it is the Japanese pharmaceutical company who is selling opium to the English. And that's because the English actually have an obsession with opium that we gave them. The two favorite English pastimes, tea and opium. God, that's so funny. I want to see how much, let me see the demand, the global demand for opium right now. Let me just take a look here. Let me check the demand for opium. It's just like a green dot in Britain. Oh, that's fantastic. The only shame is that Britain has more than enough opium to sell themselves. I can't even be the opium merchant. They have too much. Ooh, plus 10 legitimacy. That does sound pretty good to me. One railway in Shikoku is meaningless to me. It probably would be really good if I were industrializing any slower, but... Pro-country lobby for Austria. Why on earth would I care in the slightest about Austria? I do not care. Fix is obvious though, take the Raj and then you become the merchant. True. I just might have to. Okay, you are in charge of the Navy. We're gonna build more ships, I think. What's Navy strength? 4,300. More. We need more. The Navy isn't strong enough until Russia stops annoying me. More. Okay, we're making money and that's a problem. We don't want to make money, we want to spend money. More. More. We have enough tools? Perfect. So we need to actually start using those in these. And then we need more coal as well. That really is a consistent issue with Japan. Need more coal? No coal? Still need more coal though? And more construction as well. Where's my iron? That's not iron, that's one. Some iron. It really is mostly Tohoku. Wow, that is not a lot. Some in here, we've already built that. Chugoku. Okay, we're gonna build a couple of these in there then. Heard a wild rumor that Manchuria might have some coal. Interesting. Manchuria, you say? What do you know? There is a little bit of coal there, huh? That's crazy. Interesting. I hear there might be a little bit in Korea as well. Isn't that just really interesting? Curious. Doesn't seem like they're using it. Can you inspect the uniforms and clothing of the service members? I mean, kind of. Detailed list. Servicemen. Oops. There you go. That's his outfit. Hello, Rosset. Hold on, you did say something earlier. I wish someone would do the thing I want them to. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Wouldn't that be crazy? Actually, more construction. I'm being too timid. We need the deficit spend. More. More. And then, once we're done with this... Oh shoot, I actually have a lot to do here. Never mind. More. More construction. Man, I'm trying to ban slavery in Brunei, and they're like, no, 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 we love slavery too much. I'm sorry, Mr. Emperor. We just, we love slavery too much. We just can't. We can't do it. Do you have slavery? You also have slavery. Actually, many such cases. Yeah, we ban slavery back home, and then you look at the colonies, and it's like, oh, well... Well, that's a different case. Did Korea get content this patch? I don't think so. I think they're still sitting on very little content. I mean, there might be some. I never really checked. We'll put 2 more of those in there. I'll actually just fill those up. Now that's some proper deficit spending. Beautiful. You just ask for coal in a treaty and then give something useless in return like gratitude? Kind of. You can kind of bum off people. Like, hey, do you want to give me coal? They don't want to sell me coal. Most countries don't, because most countries have like a shortage of coal. But I could just like owe them an obligation. Be like, thanks man, I owe you. I actually did that a lot playing as Ryukyu. Just begged people for money. Trust me, I will definitely pay you back, bro. I promise, for sure. Actually, I should appoint a governor, because why do we have this Dutch guy in charge? Maybe he's just really good at his job. Just kidding, he's not. You're going to appoint a new governor here. Influential planter for ranches and plantations. Ooh, we could get this guy in charge. The local appointee, which does make people a little bit happier. Experienced extractor. Prominent businessman. Military governor. How much radicalism do you have right now? Actually, not that bad. You're kind of doing alright. Okay, maybe, because what economy do you even have? You have a plantation economy, I think. Tobacco, wood. A lot of wood, actually. It makes up a big part of the industry. Maybe we go for extraction, then. Extraction does count for, like, wood and I think a few other things. Yeah, we're gonna put you in charge. Your last video showing Inca as a hellscape, has that been patched? I think they've made the food situation better, so it's more playable. But I don't know how the newest update might have changed things. I hear that it's harder, at least for the Aztecs, so I'm not actually sure about how it is for Inca right now. We can go ahead and actually do the Taikyo Proclamation. With the power of the Emperor restored, we need to distinguish and uplift the native religious traditions which hold the imperial line sacred. To accomplish this, they need to be separated from the foreign influence of Buddhism, which has been inextricably linked with kami worship for hundreds of years through syncretic traditions. Leveraging discontent with the Buddhist institutions from its connections with the shogunate, we can make way for Shinto as the higher guiding principle. So we become state Shinto with the Taikyo Proclamation. We become state religion as well. So we declare worship of the kami and the reverence for the divine emperor as the principles of the Japanese state and duty of its citizens. Okay. So I think that's going to allow us to start converting more, but I don't know how much it actually does for us. It does change the religious party to Shinto monks. That actually gives us more authority as well. And they become Shinto piousness, which is more monarchical, whereas the Buddhist principles were more theocratic, or they preferred theocracy. These guys also prefer autocracy, but just generally speaking, I don't. Like, I just don't think it's as good. The biggest issue is that it gives too much power to aristocrats and, well, kind of officers. Depends on how many aristocrats we still have and how powerful they are. Political strength, still a quarter of the country. The political power is the aristocrats. It's kind of interesting, though, actually, because the peasants do still have 15% political strength. Which is more than the capitalists, despite us having wealth voting. It's kind of weird. I mean, I guess we do have a lot of peasants still. Also, question for you, Corbett. Do you think Ezochi is a viable playthrough? I mean, it can be done if you have a lot of patience. Like, a lot of patience. Okay, yeah, we'll have free elections. That's fine. Okay, what are we actually missing for these construction sectors? We need iron. Iron and lumber. We also need a railway in Tohoku, but that's maybe being built. It is being built. Oh, I need to subsidize the railways too. I keep forgetting to do that. Okay, we also need more coal. Of course we need more coal. It's always more coal. So, we're gonna build up more coal in Kyushu, 5 more in here, which we're gonna use to fuel expanding the iron in here. What's the difference between Bakufu and autocracy in the laws? Bakufu is the shogunate. So if we do this, then the shogun replaces the emperor as the ruler, and it has a few other different things. Mostly granting more power to, like, servicemen as well. Whereas autocracy, like, you can think of this as like, oh, we're restoring the shogun, so it's the military government rule. Versus autocracy, which is, like, complete royalist restoration. Like, the emperor has actual complete authority. Okay, things are getting better. Oh, you know what else I need to do? Did I actually upgrade my infantry? Oh no, I still need to do that. I need to get... Wait a minute. Oh, I have skirmish infantry. Why can't I upgrade to skirmish infantry? Oh, I just had to press the button. Okay. That's awkward. Do I actually have any ammunition, though? We can do that. We can do that. We would also do that, but I don't really want to. Ammunition. I don't think we have any ammo factories, which makes a lot of sense because we have no demand for ammo. That's also a really complex chain of production. Because first, what we actually have to do is build fertilizer plants, and then explosive factories, and then ammunition plants. That would be really good in Tokyo, actually, or in Kanto. Because we have the sulfur mines, we have the lead mines. So actually, yeah, we're going to start building fertilizer. We're going to build 3 fertilizer plants. We're going to build... How many do we take here? 20 fertilizer. That produces 90 each. Okay, that's fine. And then we also want munition plants. Preferably 2 of these. We'll take 20 of those. Yeah, we'll have enough. Okay. I also have to press the other button. Which one? Technocracy is best. Stupid free company slot. Do you get free company slot from Technocracy? That's crazy. That is actually kind of goated. On the military. Yeah, I mean, if we want to upgrade them, but we don't want to right now. I just didn't even realize that we had the opportunity. Yeah, we don't really want to touch that right now. Until we have the resources. Also notice that I actually don't have that many Marines. And you're not even upgrading 2 Marines. That's weird. Or maybe you are. I don't know. No, we still had shipboard Marines. Okay. Who do we want in power? I mean, it's kind of cooked. The Imperial Rule Party will be in charge. But we could have the Free Trade Party inch a little bit closer. That's a lot closer. May have few Marines, but they are proud. They're doing a job. They're doing alright. Oh, we definitely don't have to import luxury clothing. Unless we do... No, we can do this. We should be able to make enough, I think. Well, at some point we will. Right, election is in. We have the most legitimate government we will have. Okay, that's cool. Still don't have pharmaceuticals. I need to grab that. I would at some point maybe like protectionism, but we'll see about that. I'm gonna use more of my stuff here. We are building in Chugoku. No, we're building in Kanto. Kyushu also needs encourage resource industry because they're just there to make coal. Oh, that was a play on the US Marine ad, I see. As an Australian, I'm a bit worried you haven't completely conquered Australia. We'll get around to it. We're actually good friends with the British right now. We have a defensive pact. Which is pretty neat. Britain is selling me opium, I'm selling them paper, and we're good friends. Isn't this a little bit early for America to buy Alaska? Or am I crazy? I actually don't know when that was. Also, institutions. I completely forgot to bump these up. Am I colonizing anything right now? No. Could I? Also no. I can't because I have no interest in Oceania. But I can't have an interest in Oceania because there's nobody to interact with here. So how is a man supposed to get some interest in Oceania? Oh, I need to deploy my navy there. That's what I have to do. Right. Project power in here. It's about right. 2 years early? That's crazy. I really thought it was in like the 80s or something. Like the 1880s. Okay, do I have enough of an interest now? No. It will go up to 1500. Okay. We just have to keep our navy here for a very, very long time. But after that, once we're, I think, tier 2, I think is when we're allowed to start colonizing. Maybe. Ooh. The Bureau of Shinto Affairs. Actually, we are going to enforce state interpretations. We are going to do that. Because I want to apply more edicts. That one makes sense. We kind of want manufacturing in here. I actually want resources also in here, but that's mostly going to be after we build the iron. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, radical movement. What could you be getting upset over? Radical supporters. That is quite the shift in radicalism. I think it's because we're taxing people too much. That's too bad. I'm gonna keep taxing them. That's a shame. Anyway. Also, what are you guys doing? Brother, why are you trying to invade people so much? Like, this is actually insanity. Russia's like, yeah, we're gonna take like a good quarter of China. Yeah, we're gonna try and take over half of Japan. Could you maybe not? If Qing didn't hate me, then I would have sided with them against Russia. But actually, I'm gonna do the opposite. I'm gonna take Taiwan. Actually, do I? 22 infamy, that's a lot. Take Korea? You're actually right, I should take Korea. That's pretty true. They have 10,000 army power projection, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm simply going to improve my army. Wait, do I have... Oh, right, because these guys are literally just like Marines and artillery. Okay, you can actually stay where you are. These two are sort of like colonial garrisons. They can stay there. How many people can we move? 24. 24 units. Okay, yeah, maybe we will just invade Korea. Especially before Russia takes it. Because they do actually want to take Gwanbuk, which is part of Korea. So maybe I decide I'm gonna take it first. We'll see how this goes. And then, yeah, fine, I will tax people less so that you don't have a revolt on me in the middle of a war. Uh-oh, Regency. Okay, we are now in the Meiji era. Or ideology becomes Daijoi. Okay. We have a regent. Because, yeah, how old is the emperor? 13. Okay, so like a few years of regency. I would like somebody who is able to get me some infamy decay. Political operator? No. Expert political operator is also good. Ooh, imperious and expert political operator is super useful, actually. Yeah, you're gonna be in charge. Look at that massive jump in authority. That's huge. Okay, so let me actually get my guys together here, because I might be using a big landing party of Marines to get into Korea and then sending in the actual army. So we will actually move you into here with the Navy. How's my power projection in Oceania? Not very good, but that's life. Okay. We should have one... Oh, we don't even have a munitions plant yet. I thought we had one of them. 17 weeks. Can't make that go any faster. Uh-oh. It's gonna be an awkward start to this war. Okay, let's see here. We can offer an obligation to Britain for them to step in. I'm kind of okay with that. Yeah, because their navy power projection is massive. Their army isn't that great, but I think they can definitely do like a solid naval invasion or something. Are you actually stuck in a war right now? Yes. Oh, you're stuck in the East India modernist revolts. Ooh. That could fracture the British Empire. Is that Turkey? Or the Ottomans landing in France? What the hell's going on? Okay. Oh, because you're involved in this. Oh, Britain's doing that naval invasion, I'm sure. That's so funny. Okay. Yeah, we are going to ask for an obligation for you to get joined in here. You're still confident. Good, actually. We want them to be confident. Oh, shoot. It can't be this bad. Wait, what? Oh, no. Okay, we need to appease the radicals. They're not very happy with the state of affairs. Understandable. Okay, what do the liberals want? Or the radicals, what do they want? I would be willing to grant you... I would be willing to grant you census suffrage, I guess. I guess. Let's make sure we have more arms industries as well. Okay, yeah, no, this is gonna be fine. They're fearful. Okay, so they've changed their stance on this. Ooh. Confucianism and Shinto. I don't really care about the positive relations event diplomatic catalyst. So we're gonna go with conversion and proportional fervor for the Japanese culture. I don't actually know what that second part means, but I think it gives us war support, so... we will go ahead and take that. Now, I don't want you to back down. That would be pretty cringe. So what we're going to do is actually demand like all of Korea as a primary objective. Right, the other thing is that when you make something a primary war goal, it no longer tells you how much infamy you're going to get from doing it, which is kind of annoying. I don't actually know why they did that. But as you can see, we have 25. We click this button, now it's 28. But where was the number 3? It was nowhere there. We have no idea how much it's going to cost. It simply will cost more. Actually, what if I do just demand like half of Korea? Like, what if they back down on this and they just hand over half of Korea? That would be really nice, because it means we don't have to do a landing for the next time we actually invade Korea. We're not transferring? No. We're doing, like, we have actual colonial claims. So I think it's actually cheaper for us to just take it directly. We could even release it again. Half as much infamy it costs you to take it as secondary, I think? That probably is it. Dude, my navy is so slow. It actually hurts. I would not be upset if they back down at this point. I was gonna say, what? Eventually, Tokugawa Keisuke, too, will be Japanese. I mean, he is. He's indeed Japanese. But he's in the Dutch East, or sorry, the Japanese East Indies. So that's why. That's kind of funny, though. He's a slaver, which is kind of a weird ideology to have right now for us. But it doesn't really matter. We'll just keep the Zaibatsu happy. Or at least they don't hate me. That's good. So if they do back down, it's fine. If they don't, that's also kind of fine. Okay, so the thing is... Whoa, what's happening here? Everything broken all at once? Okay. I don't actually really want a pro-British lobby, because eventually we will be fighting Britain. It's inevitable. But for now, we are kind of chill. I do like the interest reduction that you're giving me, so actually we will have the pro-British lobby, but... Yeah, because while these guys are giving me minus 20% loan interest rate, that's pretty fire. Could have 13 Marines here. Okay. Cannot recruit into a formation while it's being transported. That makes sense. So we're going to drop these guys off. And what I actually want is more Marines. Specifically, we want, what is it, 12? 13. Yeah, we'll just say 13 Marines. We want 5 more. And we want... total of 13, so we want 5 cavalry as well. And then that should be fine. Because we're going to use this army with all the Marines to get like a beachhead. Hopefully, maybe. Need one more Marine for 13? Wait, how many do I have here? 7 added 5, you're right. How's that Navy looking? Pretty solid. We have a total 5,500 power projection, 4th largest Navy by ship number. Russia has a naval strength of 9,000, right? So they have iron, or sorry, they have steel ships at this point, and we do not. How do I learn this game? Okay, step 1, sign up for an Econ 101 course at a university. Doesn't matter which one. That's step 1. Step 2... Step 2, play the game a lot, fail multiple times, but then get slightly better the next time. For the next, I don't know, 30 playthroughs. I don't know, I actually, like, I didn't watch any tutorials for Victoria 3 because I got it literally at release. So everything that I've figured out about the game is just kind of like through trial and error. We actually want these units out first. So long as we have one of these munition factories, we should be fine. No, explosives. No, that makes sense actually, because we're not using them. Oh, because we literally can't even use them for nitroglycerin. That's embarrassing. I built so many of them like, oh, we'll just use them for explosives in the mines. And then actually, wait a minute. No, wait a second, you can't do a naval invasion, that's my job. What? You can't do that. That's illegal. I'm gonna see if maybe I can get a little invasion off on this. Not feeling that confident. Let me go ahead and actually boost military wages as well. Heavy barrage. Can I do anything else? Not really. I'm kind of relying on the pure quality of my troops, and it doesn't look very good, but we'll have to see. I'm gonna get more of these munition plants. Watching Let's Plays? Probably, yeah. Yeah, do not watch my Victoria 3 videos. They are actually not that helpful. They are mostly shitposts. I'm feeling like semi-confident about this landing. Maybe. Maybe. The only thing that's really keeping us alive is the fact that we are getting some reinforcements. But it looks like, yeah, we actually are going to break through on this beachhead. That is perfect. We do need more steel, too. More. More steel, more industry, more GDP. More. More coal. We actually could use more explosives now. Or industries. Let me go ahead and crash the economy real quick. Well, maybe we don't need to crash it yet. I don't like how close Russia is getting. What are your war goals? So you want You want Northern Jilin. And you want Ili. I don't know where Ili is. You want Ili and Altai and Tuva and Kyrgyzia, which is where's Qing Kyrgyzia? Here it is. Okay. And Northern Jilin. They're getting uncomfortably close to actually getting the war goals they want. I don't like that. Because I should be taking them instead. Oh, also, Navy. Yeah, you can actually... Oh, never mind. Yeah, you're actually helping the naval invasion. I forgot. Should probably start taxing people, too. Oh no, Ching Bros, it's the century of humiliation. Yeah, it might be a little bit cooked. Man, they actually did take the capital. That sucks. Ah, shoot. What do I even do about that? I genuinely have no idea. Well, first of all, we're gonna... Oh, wait, I mobilized that army. That's crazy. I didn't even realize. What to do about that? That is very troubling. What if I just take it from Russia? I mean, what are they gonna do? Defeat their Baltic Navy when it's coming to the Pacific. Exactly. Yeah, because real question, what are they gonna do about that? I guess they are trying to take Guanbook, which will technically have a land connection too, but... How strong is your military? 9.9 thousand? Okay, that's kind of bad. That's kind of bad for us, but... We'll figure it out. Okay, so this army is actually going to move into here. Oh, no, right, it's the old transport system. Okay, never mind, we're just going to use the one army. We'll blockade China. That's fine. Actually, that reduces occupation, so we'll just do this. Okay, so actually we're not going to use this army. I just wasted a bunch of money on that. Japanese East Indies are in default. You cannot be serious right now. Why are you so broke? Alright, buddy. Alright, I'm gonna give you some money. What if I take on your debt? How much is that? 9 million? Brother. That's so much debt. I don't think we can fix this. Like, I don't think it's gonna work. Too big to fail. Okay, listen. Oh no, I can't even make you change a law in exchange for help. Because you're a subject. That's so dumb. Maybe the company's failure to administer the colony is proof that we should just assume direct control over the East Indies. Because I don't know how to help them here. I don't know how long they've had this debt for either, but like them going bankrupt. You've already declared bankruptcy and you're in default again. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. They just have infinite bankruptcies. Okay, okay, listen. We will reduce your subject payments. I actually feel bad. Perpetual bankruptcy. Oh yeah, since we actually have GDP now, I'm gonna start building universities. We have a lot of paper in Kanto, so we're just gonna build like 19 universities. It's so cooked. Because Russia has control over Gyeonggi, we can't even get the war goal. Chang can't even capitulate for it. Okay, next thing to pick up, steel frame buildings. Actually, that is a lot more expensive than it needs to be because I haven't finished researching this. We want pharmaceuticals real bad, actually, then joint stock companies. Could you possibly annex and then release a debtless subject? Yes, we could. What we need to do is actually get the East Indies Liberty Desire to as close as 0 as possible, and then we could annex them. We could get down to, I think, maybe 5, 10 infamy for annexation. It would be kind of tough, though. And then we could annex them and then re-release them. Oops, hit my microphone. Check their turmoil may be too high for them to actually collect any taxes. It's definitely that, but I think... I don't know if they have that many... Oh no, they're all incorporated, okay. Yeah, I don't know if they're getting any taxes from this stuff. Or at least they are losing a lot of taxes. I wish there were a way to, like, actually check the economy of your subject. Like, why are you so broke? I would like to know. Oh yeah, it's not really possible for us to take Jilin and hold in the mountains. Because the main problem... Also, why are we pushing across here? Don't do that. I am wondering if maybe because we now occupy this, it cannot be taken by Russia. No. Qing's gonna capitulate, and they will be forced to give Guanbook up, even though we will control it. They'll have to wrest it from my cold dead hands. And rest assured, they will do that. Yeah, because we can't even capitulate Qing until we take all of Korea. But we can't take all of Korea, because guess who took parts of Korea? White peace is ludicrous. It is a little bit annoying that the AI, if they feel like you're winning but not winning hard enough, they will just bombard you with white peace requests. And the problem is that, like, I cannot reject it manually. Like, I am the one who has to wait 30 days before I can say, no, we're not doing that. I think it should be the case that I get to reject, and then they have to wait 30 days before they can send another offer. Otherwise, it becomes very annoying. Also, thank you very much, Britain, for, or at least the East Indies, for protecting us from having to deal with the main Qing army. Shout out to those guys. Yeah, they just stole. Okay, yeah, they just took it from me. That's cool. That is cool. That is so cool. That is super neat. Well, I'm gonna have to invade those guys. That's just how it is. I don't make the rules. I do also need to move this army over, so... hold on. We need more government administration. Before we build universities, we need to tax people. I'll just take the progress. Probably turmoil killing their taxes. Probably. Let me guess, you guys are still in default? Yep, still in default. They're gonna get a fresh bankruptcy. They had a recent coup. When did that even happen? How did you... What? Yeah, we have some Dutch guy in charge. Get out of here. Who does this guy think he is? Cooing my colonial administration. That's so messed up. I can't even force them to have a new governor yet. I think if there's a coup in your subject, you should be able to intervene. There we go, pharmaceuticals. We'll pick that up soon. There we go. Emperor Meiji is an adult. Are you Imperious? Okay. No, that's the Regent. You are actually not very good at your job, unfortunately. Okay. So we need to get rid of a lot of these, unfortunately. And we'll get rid of taxes on tea and tobacco. Sure, the Zaibatsu can be friends with the British. That's fine with me. The Dutch guy is the guy who was in charge before you appointed a governor? I know, he somehow came back. Who let this guy in? Bro thinks he's Napoleon or something. Okay, I did give you monopoly rights. Good. I don't really know how I feel about this United Tohoku Metalworks producers. I feel like I might replace them at some point. Minus 5% mortality is actually huge. We might be getting the Noda Shoyu company. Other than that though, yeah, I might maybe swap out that company, the Metalworks one, at some point. Ooh, 10% loan interest rate reduction. That's massive. Another minus 10% is huge. There's so many good companies as Japan. Anyway, I was thinking of picking up Sumitomo, but can I actually give you... Ooh, yep, I can give you tooling workshops. Because I would really like my companies to have a good spread of industry. Because even though, yeah, we do like the manufacturing industry's throughput, and yes, we do like the prestige goods for tools, because they're like, that's really, really good. But at the same time, I think I might want like a better spread of industry. Because best I can do for these guys is give them like steel mills. And then they'll have tools, trade centers, and steel mills, and that's kind of mid. Whereas Sumitomo will have fertilizer plants, lead mines, steel mills with the prestige good, and I can give them both trade centers and tooling workshops. So that's like a really good spread of industry. And then we go over to Yasuda. You don't have sulfur mines, do you? Where's Sumitomo? I just passed it. Yeah, okay, you actually don't have the sulfur plants, or the sulfur mines. There's no overlap either, which is good. So maybe Yasuda as well. The loan interest rate, I like that loan interest rate. What text do you need to research modern ironclads? I think it's literally called modern ironclads. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it literally is modern ironclad. Are you guys in default again? Oh, no longer in default? Okay. I reduced their subject payments, and that's actually kind of helping them. Okay, now we can take most of Korea. Census suffrage, that's cool. Come on, Ching, you just lost 2 major wars. Just give it up, man. Just put the Korea in the bag. Peace deal's invalid due to... Hold on. Okay, it was just like a weird phantom peace deal. Yep, can't take one book, that sucks, but we will take the rest of Korea. Yoink. And then, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna demand this from you because I hate you. Prussia and Spain and Austria. I didn't know they were that invested in Russian ownership over Korea. That's crazy. They just really, really want to make sure that Russia still owns Korea. Okay, so we're gonna do what I like to call some proper colonialism. Because we have a few too many issues. Well, maybe we'll keep these industries around. But proper colonialism is where you basically gut every other industry that isn't resource extraction. You just get rid of every other building and then force everyone into the mines. Well, we don't have to do that because they're not really doing much in Korea anyway. Okay, more taxation. We need more. And we're gonna bump that up. And we want public health insurance. Yeah, that's a shame. The other thing is that, like, land logistics are a little too easy in Victoria 3. It's a little bit too easy for Austria and Prussia and Russia to mobilize all of their armies and send them into this narrow corridor in the east, in this freshly conquered territory with no railroads. It feels a little bit too easy. But for now, we'll tolerate them. What would you consider the best way to use Korea? Subject versus colonial states versus integrated states? So, I'm kind of just fishing for the actual journal entry here. The government of Chosen. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to take Guanbook and then see what this actually does. Because I'm not too sure what our options are here with Korea. But just taking a look at them, I think there are a few things to consider. So when we look at the traditions of the cultures, Japanese and Korean are actually like completely different for the most part. So your ability to accept them is not very high. Yeah, plus 15 for Korean. Not very easy to do that, so they're gonna be pretty upset for the most part, but it's not gonna be as bad as like any of the cultures down here. We might get extra things for Korea to be able to like maybe convert or assimilate a little bit. I assume that's what the journal entry will allow us to do. But if it doesn't, then I think technically releasing as a subject is best until eventually you do want direct ownership, but that would be like a lot later. Oh, hi Darkus. To do government of Chosen, you do need to incorporate Korea. So you're kind of pigeonholed into that route? Oh, I see. Lower tolerance means lower wages and thus higher profits. We love the permanent underclass. Let's go. That is true. Why pay people when you can simply pay them less and make greater profits? If you reduce food production, that means lower wages, which means more profits. I feel like it doesn't do that. I feel like you just get famine, actually. Lower birth rate from starvation means fewer workers, so it's not worth it. True. Everyone in the colonies needs to have an exact standard of living of 10. No lower, no higher. Just keep it at 10. I think I'm still paying too much. Yeah, that's the problem. We need more taxation. More. Maybe not more. I have a lot of bureaucracy. Okay, this will be the last wave of bureaucracy. What am I missing right now? Alright, we don't need a Korean army. You will have no representation in the military. You will have no industries. You will have nothing. I should build more ships. I will build one more capital ship. Do I have a better template or better mods? Maybe. What's the current one? We could make this the new template. Well, I can afford to make them faster. Modification for landing, that'll be the new template. And then actually select new template, retrofit. Go to these guys, new templates, frigate. Into the new stuff. Because we actually have engines now. Russia's embargoing me. Screw off, buddy. Careful, I'll sick Britain on you. Even though they're not doing too hot. Well, they've managed to rebuild the Navy, actually, so they're back at 20,000. What are you at? 9,000. Skill issue. What am I at? Shoot. I'm even worse. Okay, we need more literacy. More innovation. What do we have? Oh, we have no paper. Yeah, that's a problem. Oops. Too much government administration. Okay, we should be good now. But actually, we want more paper. And we can use more explosives, and we can do that. Forgot to do that, and we should do that too. And more explosives. And more explosives. And more explosives. Okay, now we do have our second mandate. I don't know if I want to stack more vassalization or if I want to try for... I don't even know what I want to try for. Ooh, that's a new one. Maritime supremacy. That actually does seem pretty good. Max ship construction progress is decent, because I think it's just locked at 25, isn't it? It's at 20. I don't know if we can raise that any higher. So that actually is solid. But yeah, we're not going to worry about that right now. Colonial offices is good so that we can decrease the infamy generation against like Qing, for example. We do want to do that. I think especially while we're in like the early to mid game, reducing the infamy cost to take more land from Qing is actually really good. Companies are also really good. We do like having extra companies. But then also, vassalization isn't so bad, because the more we focus on our primary objective, primary mandate, I think the faster we can get mandate progress. Maybe. Or maybe that's the cohesion. That could be cohesion. What even is vassal 2? 15 authority per subject. That's kind of mid. For now, at least. Okay, we'll go with companies, and then maybe colonial offices. Because right now, we can use this mandate to get better throughput for the one company. And then we're actually going to go after Russia for this. And then hopefully by the time we step foot into Qing, we can already have the colonial offices. Kind of depends on how quickly we can get the next few mandates. Or like the one next mandate. If that's in 6 years, then we can burn off like 35 infamy or something. So yeah, we can probably go to war with Russia, see if we can take this stuff over here too. Even though I don't have a claim for that. There we go, free elections. Oh god, that's kind of my bad. I gave census suffrage to a bunch of peasants. I don't know what I expected. I do like the 20% success chance, actually. Yeah, these guys are not turning the tides here, I don't think. I'm gonna take the bottom option. We could improve relations with these guys, that's true. Maybe not Austria, because they hate us. Spain as well. Spain actually likes me, they're just allied to Russia. I don't know how these guys have so many friends. Like, they've been infamous for the past, like, 30 years. Trying to invade me, trying to invade Qing and Korea. But yeah, what do you know? Everyone loves them. Well, Spain would have to send their army overseas. So if we bring Britain in, they can help us with that. Prussia... Prussia's the biggest problem, probably. Because they have an actual army that has actual troops with actual equipment. What does Russia even have? What are your troops? Shipboard Marines, line infantry. Maybe we could win just because we have better infantry. Does the armed forces interest group have voting power? They do, but there aren't that many of them. They're voting for the Imperial Rule Party. Speaking of arms, we will actually take the technology for repeaters. I don't care about prestige that much. Okay, we are losing a lot of money, actually. After this next round of investments, I'm probably going to let the capitalists do what they want. That's lovely. Sure, we'll try and catch them. Anti-country lobby against Russia. Reasonable. They took what I'm trying to rightfully steal. We probably don't need that. Got naval fortifications maxing. We actually aren't building any naval fortifications. We haven't built a single one. Frankly, I just don't think we need to. Like, our navy is our naval fortification. It's not even that bad. But maybe I'll build a few anyway. Don't need naval fortifications if we just beat the enemy navy. Building naval fortifications for more armed forces votes. Now that's meta. I like how this is all in, like, Korea. Like, all these states are just the Korean ones that become more radical. I wonder why those guys would be upset. That's crazy. Well, we'll take that. Naval fortifications demand some pricey goods. It's not that bad. More popularity for Emperor Meiji. Sure. The people love him. Surely this won't have any adverse effects later down the line. You don't need to be the enemy navy if you have enough fortifications. Counterpoint. What if I want to move troops? Okay, yeah, we're cooked. We are so cooked. I don't want to put you in charge. You're authoritarian too? Could you not be? It's crazy. I give the people democracy. I let them vote, and they immediately vote for the authoritarian. Oh my god. Did you meet the Emperor when you visited Japan, Quarbit? That would be pretty cool, but no. I actually don't know if the Emperor chills around Kyoto or Tokyo these days. I assume it would be in Tokyo. Maybe. I don't even know if I'd be able to find the Imperial Palace. City's too big. He is chilling in Tokyo? Okay. What else did you expect from the peasants? Well, I don't know. Peasants and voting against their interests. Name a better combo. It's actually crazy. Alright, listen. We will add you to the government, but that is the most I will do. Authoritarian peasants means you can get technocracy pretty easy. Okay, but I wanted to have a little bit of democracy. What does a man have to do to get some democracy these days? Although technocratic Japan would be interesting. I do like an extra free company. Love the casual floating 5k bureaucracy. I wanted the tax people. We're probably spending a lot more for this bureaucracy than we're getting from taxes, but it also fuels the economy, so I can't be that upset. What if Bakufu or standard autocracy? I don't think we're going back to Bakufu. That would be a little bit awkward. Standard autocracy, maybe. But even then, I think I'd prefer technocracy just for the companies. Okay, you guys don't want to spend your investments. That's actually a classic investment moment. We have all this money. Do you want to spend it on investing? No. Okay. You know what I do want to do, actually? How expensive are these to make? 84 weeks. That is a long time. Building them makes it a lot easier to put down these edicts. They have been very useful to me. What's the current decree cost? It is 80. Why is it 80 though? Hegemonic. Oh right, that is how that works now. Okay, so we can bring that down to 55. That's pretty good. We definitely want one in here. And then one here and here. I'm not gonna build too many, just like a couple in the areas that I do put down a lot of them. Okay, Austria might not join, but they probably will. Prussia's allied. Spain's allied. Ooh, Prussia versus Austria. Well, well, well. What do you know? So that's interesting. It's very interesting. Maybe we take the opportunity while somebody's distracted. Does smell like opportunity. Very interesting. Okay, we need to expand the army. It is kind of an issue. Bring you up to 45. We'll bring this up to 40-ish. going to station this army. Oh, you're already there. Nice. Okay, perfect. Now the issue is that Russia still has a very large army that I don't like, and their navy is actually quite strong. They still outclass us in most ways, which is a little uncomfortable. Except for the quality. Their army quality is not as good. Do they get extra rations? I mean, our armies get extra rations. I think we just need to lock in. And by lock in, I mean save. And then declare war. I think I should have the rest of Korea, please and thank you. Spain and Prussia, that makes sense. And then I would actually like to take this too. Because that is a decent bit of coal, iron, wood. That Qing is too big. We'll get around to it. Okay. We are going to... Oh, right, you want something, don't you? That could get complicated. Unless... We're not doing that. Okay, yeah, that could get complicated. So what do you want to liberate? What can I liberate for you? Do you want, like, the Far East? No, they do not care. This could get complicated. Liberate subject? I mean, if you can land in Finland, good luck with that. Liberate Siberia. I would love to. I just don't think Britain wants it. They don't have an interest in the Far East. What even is Mariel? Also, I need to reply to a message. One second. Far East is on there? What am I missing? Oh, it is on there. Oh, what do you know? Okay, what does the Far East include? Let me just take a look. So Far East does actually include something that I want. Yakutia is Siberia? Yes. Okay, yeah, we could decide to release, like, Kamchatka. Maybe. Liberate now, manage later. Yeah, maybe we just liberate the Far East and then we sort of coerce it into becoming a puppet. Maybe that's better than just outright taking this stuff. Okay, yeah, Britain, you want to get involved. By all means, we will liberate the Far East. Conquer overrides liberate country. So if you have a conquer war goal, you'll keep that territory even if you liberate something that has a core on it. Ooh, okay. Okay. If it'll allow me to do this. So what's that called? Primoria. There has to be a better way to sort all this stuff. not seeing it, guys. Yeah, I don't think we can actually take this stuff because we've done the liberation already, so... Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's just... Well, no, if we hit conquer, then we won't get the option to use the liberate war goal. They are, I believe, mutually exclusive. Yeah, Prussia sides with Russia. Fork found in the kitchen. Maybe I can make you give me money. That's not very much money, though. At most 5,000 a week before it becomes more expensive. It's such a small amount of money, I actually don't even care. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else we can do to Russia. Kind of fine, though. Like, I don't even care that much. Maybe we can have them liberate another country in the east. Like, maybe we'll liberate Yakutia or something. And then I'll just start swaying these areas into my power block. That is, if I get far enough for Yakutia. I'm kind of playing with fire here. Because now I actually have to occupy the Far East. Which is a little more than I bargained for. A humiliate wouldn't be that bad. I just need to occupy a core territory, right? Which we have to do anyway. So that would be a free add-on, I think. Okay, maybe that's all we can do, or all we want to do for now. We should also probably start raising conscripts. Ooh, cannot raise conscripts while overseas. That's new. That the Koreans fight as conscripts. That would be too cruel, maybe. Okay, so no conscripts. That's not good. Where did my heavy barrage guy go? You're my heavy barrage guy. And you, you're alright as a defensive guy. Defensive. I want offensive, not defensive. Defense in forest? Reckless, hell no. I guess plus 5% offense from being bigoted. That's kind of funny. Yeah, sure, you have the job. There you go. Does this run as the Imperial run can next be Shogunate? I really don't know if I'm going to be playing Japan twice. One full run and I think I'm going to be pretty satisfied with this. Maybe I do want a defensive guy to start with, I don't know. Then what else do we even do? The Philippines aren't even in this war, because Spain didn't join. Yet. They could. Does Russia even have any shipping lanes? You guys ship anything? The Lower Egypt and Tunisia. Man, my navy can't even do anything. Well, my navy is going to defend, probably. Next... I would love to pick up breech-loaded artillery. Yeah, we're gonna do that, actually. We love shrapnel artillery. Interviewing the new general applicants at the Japanese Army Command. Would you describe yourself as prejudiced? Would you say you hold some kind of, perhaps, supremacist views that could be beneficial to the Army's fighting capabilities? Can you instill bigotry in your troops to make them fight harder? Okay, we're gonna pick up... I didn't want Yasuda yet, I don't think. What was the other one I wanted? I want Mitsubishi. No, I don't. I lied. I want Sumitomo. So in Osaka, we need lead mines, steel mills, and fertilizer plants. But it has to be one of those, at least equal to 5. Okay, so we're gonna do that. I think it said lead mines count. We'll do that. Okay, maybe we're defending first. Well, there's nobody here yet. We'll see if we can get an early advantage. Yeah, my navy can't even ship the conscripts. They flat out refuse. Oh, you actually need to lock in. Thanks. And your objective is to take all of Korea from me. Good luck with that. Why don't you raise a conscript army in Japan, then ship it to Korea? I just don't know if I can be bothered. That's kind of it. Maybe I should, yeah. Oops, that's not the right button. Close enough. I could get rid of the conscripts on this army, but... I'm actually not that afraid of this war. Maybe I should be. Maybe I'm a little too relaxed for this. Nah, we'll just lock in. I think we're fine. That's crazy. Placing Korean people into roles with incredibly poor work conditions. Yeah, they did that. They did a lot of that, actually. Damn, that's crazy. -2 standard of living is kind of severe. But the top one is actually so free, though. The only difference is that, like, it does make the population more racist. But I also don't want a rebellion in Korea, so... we'll just have to deal with that, I think. Do you want landowners Japan? Absolutely not. I don't want landowners anywhere. Not even landowners Japan. Oh, you're not supposed to do that. Oops. Unless we're winning, and then you are supposed to do that. No, we're losing. Therefore, it was a bad idea. Well, I do like legitimacy. Even though I'm not going to change taxation enough for it to matter. Zaibatsu becomes part of the government. Britain. Britain, listen. I don't know if you understand. This is not going to help. That makes it so much worse. Okay, well, we're just going to get him out of government. So that was not good. That was pretty bad. Fortunately, we didn't lose too many troops on that. If you want to press forward, I mean, you can go ahead and do that. Oh, they actually have really good offense. Oh no. They have good offense? Oh no. Curse you and your ability to field infinite troops in Siberia. A very historically accurate thing that they were able to do easily. In 1870. Oh, it might actually be cooked. I didn't realize it would be this cooked. Like, I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I didn't realize just how cooked it was going to be. Whose troops are these? Are they all Russian? What do you have in this army? Oh, you do have skirmish infantry. Why are you so strong? You're not supposed to be this strong. Well, this is not good. You are not supposed to be this strong. How are they this locked in? I don't understand it. I don't get it. Where are they getting all the supply from? Okay. So far, so good. Okay, we're starting to hold a little bit. I would love advanced tactics training. Things are getting kind of better. Yeah, this was not good. I have spent a lot of money. I've spent a lot of money. Is Prussia still occupied? Yes, okay, good. It could be worse, actually. Okay, we'll wait for them to charge against the lines. Wait, I was gonna say, where do we get 150 troops from? Oh, we have raised 81 conscripts. How do we raise 81 conscripts here? Wait, what? That's so confusing. 81 raised? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Well, I mean, they are conscripting, even though the button says they can't conscript. I'm so confused. Oh well. I'm not going to complain. Free conscription. Speaking of conscription, we need to wait for this army to finish conscripting, and then we can go and send them over. We are losing a lot of money. Yeah, once we're done building everything in this queue, we're going to build the company. Actually, we're going to do it like this. Oh? I thought I... Okay, never mind. Yeah, we're going to send those to the bottom. We're going to finish up the lead mines so we can create the company. Not sure how to feel about this war right now. Because on one hand, we're kind of losing in some areas, but then kind of winning in others. So it's kind of... I don't know yet. Anyway, lead mines will be done. We're going to shift the construction burden to the private sector. This is not good. The war is developing not necessarily to Japan's favor. We do have healthcare, though. So in the end, we actually are winning. Chat, are we cooked? I forgot you need to have major rank upgrades, and then it'll take another 73,000 years to gain organization. Can I get my company, please? Sumitomo, let's go. Alright. New company. You guys will eventually get the tooling workshops industry, so we're just not going to touch that for now. I will give you a monopoly on steel mills. And you might get trade rights. Maybe. But maybe not. Chat, I think we're cooked. Well, maybe. Let's start transporting this army over. Take 4 trips. It's so cooked. Oh, and of course we need to have like a reserve general for the other armies so that they don't lose too much organization on the way. It's a little bit cooked right now, I'm not gonna lie. Where are you going? Bro, are you gonna put him on the front line or not? What are we doing? What are we doing right now? What is happening? How are you... You know what? I'm gonna stop questioning it. Yeah, no, that's cool. Hey, we got him. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. And we have no manpower. Wait, did that get rid of all of the conscripts? You must be joking. I might lose my mind chat. I might actually lose it. I might go crazy a little bit. Okay. Take the Navy and go back home for a second. So, obviously we must assume that all of these conscripts just drowned in the ocean, right? Because, like, we did raise all of them, and then they instantly disappeared. Wait, we just got all the manpower back. I'm so confused, man. Okay, let's deploy to the front again. Let's do it. We're just gonna swim across this time. I like that idea. It's a lot simpler. Dude, it's so cooked. I have no idea what's going on. Oh my god, man. Alright, no, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, we're cooked anyway, aren't we? Might want to reload? Nah, no, we got it. Trust. We just have to lock in. We just have to we just have to walk in, actually. Like, walk into the enemy territory. Unfortunately, they had the same idea. How does offense even get this low? What happened? Somebody has low org. Oh, you have no org. Right, because supplies also take 27 years to fill up. I forgot about that. Shoot. Okay, you're gonna sit by yourself and defend. It's pretty bad. I won't lie, it's pretty bad. You know, if they're planning to patch the game more to fix this, maybe. I would hope so. Yeah, we might reload this one, actually. Oh, Prussia's no longer at war with Austria. Yeah, you don't say. Huh. Yeah, you don't say. More troops coming to the east. That's crazy. Crazy how that works. Okay, so we're gonna reload that one, actually. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, game crash, let's go. We're so back. And not even as a joke that time. It actually was a game crash. Mostly negative reviews on Steam, I wonder why. Yeah, a little rough around the edges there. Of a rough DLC. It is also 40 whole doubloons. 40 whole doubloons. Yep. Yep. How much is it in USD? I have no idea. Probably like 30. $40 CAD is quite the price tag. Quite the price tag on this DLC. It's not quite as bad as what was that one for CK3? The one with like the courtrooms or like the throne room DLC. It's like it's an interesting idea. It is also unfortunately $40. Royal Court, yeah, Royal Court I think was also $40. Oh wow, that's crazy. We're no longer at war with Russia. How did that happen? That's crazy. Crazy how that works. Okay, so we're actually not going to do that. Yeah. We're just not going to do that. Oh, my bad. The game didn't actually pop up. Thank you, OBS, for doing that. There we go. Let's not forget we do want to build 5 lead mines in here. Okay, so new plan. We're going to build up an actual professional army with a lot of troops in it. And we're going to send them over into Korea. So that, you know, when we start the war, we actually don't get our teeth kicked in. And I would really... I would like to pick up breech-loaded artillery. Now, it is slightly more expensive because of fieldworks not being done, but I feel like we're going to finish researching just from the tech spread, so it'll solve itself, probably. Or does Russia own any part of Korea? They just decided to go to war with Qing and take that part of Korea, and I was like, that sucks, because I wanted to take that. So, I decided to invade at the same time as Russia was invading Qing, but I didn't manage to stop them from taking this, unfortunately. Streamer luck in reverse. Genuinely. Hey, Britain, do you want trade privileges? A couple of mutual trade privileges. What the hell happened here? Okay, this is weird. Because a lot of... Wait. Because America actually took these two states, and then Mexico got them back. Good for them. What do trade privileges actually do? I think they erase tariffs between us. So trade privileges, granted by one market owner to another, affects every country in the receiver's market, increasing the trade advantage relative to how much trade is conducted. Okay, so that was a lie. It actually does not reduce tariffs. But it does give increased trade advantage, which improves the import price and export price. So basically, it makes it more efficient for us to trade with each other. Now, I mean, it's also just like a gesture of friendship in Vic 3. Because it's just like a small treaty that most countries are willing to accept, which gives you some leverage. What's your laws looking like? They're kind of mid. At some point, I might want laissez-faire. Maybe. I mean, I definitely do, actually, as soon as I can get it. But even the Zaibatsu don't want that. To be fair, the Zaibatsu are actually... like, they are not that free market. In fact, they would love to have monopolies, I think. Yeah, they like interventionism more than laissez-faire. How's the slavery issue going? It's fine. We have slavery banned. Just don't look at the colonies. We want to establish Sumitomo. And there is a decent chance I might just dissolve this one. They actually are pretty influential. The only problem, though, is that I kind of don't want them to hoard the tooling workshops. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. Let me think about that. Depends on what other companies I want. Because if I can get separate companies for... what is that? Coal and sulfur? Coal and iron. If I can get a separate company that's like coal, iron, and something else. Do we have coal, iron, something else? We do have coal, iron, something else, but that's New Russia Company Limited, so I don't think we're getting that. Well, maybe in that case, actually, maybe what I do is I give you, like, iron, and then I look for something else that gets coal and something else. But not this one, because that's kind of lame. There was another company I was looking at, I think. Yeah, we want Yasuda, who's gonna have sulfur mines. Oh, but that's not gonna have... well, what else can I give you? I can give you coal. Okay, so maybe what we do is we give Yasuda coal, And we give iron to Sumitomo. So then we'll have coal covered, and tooling workshops are already covered, and iron mines. I think I like that. That's probably fine. You can use the new filter feature? Is there a new filter feature? Oh, I never even noticed that. There actually is a better way to go through this. That's crazy. I don't know what the difference between potential and attainable are. I think attainable are like... you could in theory pick it up because it's close enough to you. And then potential includes anything that's attainable but also further away. Or maybe not, I don't know. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, Sumitomo, we will go ahead and give you the iron mines. And you actually do get the steel monopoly. So all the steel mills that we have should be getting privatized, and they should be getting bought up by Sumitomo. In theory, once they have money. Hello, Britain. Military access, and I give you steel? I mean, I guess it really means we get to sell steel. That's kind of fine, actually. Yeah, because we're buying the steel for 7.6 thousand, and we're selling it to them for 9.5 thousand. No, we're not. 9.3 thousand. Also, I completely forgot that I wanted to start colonizing. Still don't have Hawaii yet. That's fine, I guess. Let's go ahead and send you guys out to project power over here. Why so much bureaucracy? Well, it does give me the global state construction, and I can afford it. It helps drive the economy a little bit by creating a demand for paper. And I don't really mind spending a bunch. But don't worry, we're going to use more of it as we increase these. Britain actually has not nuked itself somehow. Although a couple of states became independent in India, which is a little bit weird. But yeah, Britain is actually not nuked. They're still Great Britain. They did delete their navy at one point for some reason, but then they built it back, so that's cool, I guess. Speaking of building a navy... Oh, wait a minute. I never even upgraded you to reinforced wooden ships. I should do that. Although it is going to tank my hardwood. Yeah, it's pretty bad. And then that's going to add more cruisers. We're going to have 35. We're actually just going to upgrade that. We're going to have more of these. It'll be 40. And then we can pick up one more capital ship. I feel like AI this patch is worse at eco-scaling. Maybe. I mean, we are number 4 GDP with only like 65 million. Yeah, we're about to surpass Britain. And I haven't even been doing anything that crazy. Landed voting. Are you crazy? What? No support for technocracy? It's cooked. Ooh, protectionism is maybe a good idea. Actually, is it? Is it a good idea? It really doesn't even matter that much. Like, mercantilism reduces the number of imports, increases the number of exports. But we're not even importing that much. We actually do kind of want to export. Number 1 producer of tools, that's crazy. We did go voting pretty early because we needed to do it to avoid a revolt. We were about to have a revolution. Not my heavy barrage guy. Fine. It's definitely too early for the fascist capitalists' journal entry. If you mean like the corporate empire. Because we still need a second, like, historical company. We only have Sumitomo right now, and we're gonna pick up Yasuda as well. No interest in Oceania. We're close though, okay. I like how the main way to get influence in Oceania is to just spend thousands on having your navy sit there for a while. Okay, now can I colonize? No. What do you mean no? Oh, okay, you didn't want to tell me that I needed quinine before that? I mean, I guess it makes sense, but like, you didn't want to inform me before I just spent a bunch of money? Because last time it was like, oh, you just don't have enough involvement. And I'm like, okay, I'll get more involvement. And now that I have enough involvement, it says, haha, just kidding, you actually also need quinine. Okay. Eco-scaling is also worse this patch, in part because trade has been nerfed, fully relies on merchant marines now, and the amount of them necessary for trade scales with distance. Okay, so like there's less global trade, kind of. Okay, I think we're deficit spending a little bit close to the sun here. Once these are done, we're going to leave it up to the private sector. We could also just take over the rest of Indonesia, I guess. Only 10 infamy. Also... I'm gonna grant you Japanese East Indies East Borneo. So that the borders look nice. That's so much liberty desire change. Really? Is it that important? This little piece of land is what? Let's say like 37 or something? It is incorporated, I guess. That's weird. Spain gets involved? That would be very funny, actually. Oh, Lanfang's independent. Didn't even notice. Well, not for long. Okay, that's a little bit better. The interest isn't that bad in terms of percentage, but like, eventually it kinda gets up there. It's only 4.2%, but even then. See, that's actually why we need that extra company. That's why we need the next company, because it'll be another minus 10%. So the interest will actually be down to minus 80%. Oh god, what is this? 14 infamy to basically just have a little parade near Russia? Okay. Just dunk on them a little bit. Plus 20% morale loss. I don't know if that's worth a whole... What is that, 14 infamy? $5 of increased morale loss. I mean, it could be really useful for actually, like, staging an invasion of Korea again. But it's funny. It is funny. It's just like a massive waste of infamy. It's just too much infamy. I can't do it. Ooh, Lanfan back sound. Lanfang, I mean. You can actually have that. Congrats. Japanese West Borneo. There you go, buddy. We're gonna give Brunei all of Borneo, and then the East Indies will have, like, everything else. Why don't you stop colonizing? Is it because you're broke? Let's go... Waiter, another bankruptcy, please. It just keeps happening. It's not great that their GDP is just owned by the Netherlands as well. I think I would like to fix that. Except, wait a second, we don't get to fix that. We don't get to fix that. Unless we directly annex the East Indies and then nationalize all of the stuff owned by the Dutch, and then sell it to our own investors. We could if we went commie. Not even, not really. Because we'd still have to directly own the colony, and we can do it without going communist. So, like, I could annex them. It would just cost 33 infamy. Annex the Dutch? Truth nuke. Can I force nationalization for... No, it's just all Japanese states, not even for puppets as well. But I think what I could do is... I could, like, start a war and then force nationalization of all of the stuff in the East Indies separately. Maybe. Anyway, we can keep doing this, actually. We'll go to Sambas. If Spain gets involved, I would say they'd regret it, but I might actually regret it too. Might be regrettable on both ends. I think that you should actually just not get involved, Spain. I think you should just not get involved. Ooh, breach loading artillery? Goated. Yeah, we can have trade privileges, that's cool. We do like breach loaded artillery. I think we also like... quinine? I actually don't care. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. And then also... Where are we building right now? 4 buildings, 2 buildings, 4 buildings, okay. Put that there and there. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Maybe what I'll do is put on a little tax. Just a little tax as a treat. all production in Toho because someone's been min-maxing. Listen, it's just a really good state. Someone cooked here. Yeah, I mean, it's just a really good state. Look, it's got a bunch of iron in it. It's got some coal. It's not a lot, but like, it's enough for now. It's got some logging camps and gold. It's just really good. I think they should become loyalists. That would be cool. It's too much iron. It actually isn't very much iron. Like, it seems like it would be a lot of iron, but it actually isn't. If you compare it to, I don't know, do the Canada comparison. Okay, truth nuke. Canada actually doesn't have enough iron. Is there actually no iron in all of British Columbia? That can't be real. Hold on, I have to fact check this. I know they're trying to do the whole like, oh, well actually, you know, we're just trying to make it historical so that resources are developed in historical locations. But like, maybe we should be allowed to do a lot more. Some of the most prominent and historically significant iron mines across Canada include the ones in Quebec, okay, also in Newfoundland, that makes sense. There's also one in Ontario, like historically. Mostly in the 40s though. Mostly in the 40s in Ontario, so maybe that's why they don't give any iron to Ontario, which is kind of cooked. Probably too deep for the time. I mean, opening up like 10 years after the end of the game. Maybe. Yeah, Middle East having oil is also not that accurate. That's kind of true. Like for the time period, them actually extracting the oil. But I guess like there was the possibility, I suppose. Like they could have discovered it earlier, and I guess they could have started extracting it earlier. I don't think the technology didn't exist, I just think they hadn't found it yet. Most of it. Radical movement again? I already gave you voting. What else could you possibly want? Ooh, I don't like censorship. I don't like secret police. Okay. And? Honestly, radical movement skill issue. Oh look, we're having the Korean national movement. That's crazy. That's crazy. Is subjecthood just straight up better than anything except multiculturalism? I don't know if it's straight up better. It kind of depends, actually. It kind of depends. I think subject... Okay, so if you need a lot of migration, I think cultural exclusion is better. The acceptance from heritage traits. Yeah, it kind of depends. So, like, if you're invading a bunch of people, subjecthood is pretty decent. Because they get acceptance from being on their homeland. So, like, they're chilling on their homelands, they're having a great time, good for them. If you need a bunch of migration, then subjecthood kind of sucks. Because you have low acceptance for, like, everything else. But I guess it also depends on your objective. Because low-key, if you want to be... if you want to have a giga-oppressive empire, then actually going like national supremacy or even segregation would depress the wages of the lower classes and thus allow you to extract more money from them. So... kind of depends. Okay, we'll give you a little bit of a farming tax break. I don't even know how Sintang exists. Yeah, this is not great. We're just gonna annex them too. I don't like how a new army is created every time I conquer someone. You either want to skyrocket standard of living to build a consumer economy, or you just depress it to make more money directly. Real? Yeah, you actually don't have to increase the standard of living if you can just create a permanent underclass, and then your primary culture they're like better off than those other guys. So like you just sort of extract money from an underclass to fuel your economy, and then people aren't as upset or something. I don't actually know. Like you make a bunch of money and then you fuel that into bureaucracy so that you can get like public health system, but only for like the people in your main territories. Oh yeah, I do need to upgrade my artillery. Upgrade all units. That's what I want. We should also build a larger navy. More. You have 7.2 thousand. Which is not quite Russia's strength, but not too bad. Hello? Are we not pushing? Oh, I haven't started the war yet. I'm dumb. Never mind. Bourgeois patronage is fine. Oh boy, we'll take the bottom option, I guess. Still don't get victory armies. I invest hella resources into a good military and then lose to some AI idiots randomly and win other times. It is definitely made more annoying in this most recent update. Because sometimes your armies will simply drop to 0 supplies, and then you lose all of your organization, and it takes a really long time to get both of them back. With the Papal States, this should be good. Interesting. Very interesting. The Papal States host a Japanese power block embassy. Very interesting. I would like to see if I can make this even better, though. So how about you actually don't have to pay me? Don't even worry about it. I would love trade privileges. I would love to guarantee the independence of the Pope. I will not be taking on your debt. 2.8 million? Absolutely not. You want tea? You want more tea? I'll sell you more tea. 25. Can I actually get... No, we can't get investment rights because we don't have enough of an interest in Southern Europe. Okay, so that'll have to be a separate treaty. But this is looking pretty good so far. Unless something stupid's going to happen. I don't think it will. I should have asked for an obligation. I feel a little bit dumb. But it would be really funny if I could drag the Pope into my power block. Please let me do that. Oh wow, I'm in my popular phase right now. Everybody wants to sign trade deals. That's cool. I'll do that. I mean, to be fair, I have the third, almost the second largest economy. I'm the number 2 great power. It does kind of make sense. Now to deal with these issues. Maybe what I should be picking up is human rights. Maybe. Actually, do you guys even care about human rights? No, you don't. Okay. Oh, right, we can't get public schools because we... Wait, that's kind of weird. We have state religion, so we can't have public schools. I think actually you should very much be capable of creating public schools while having state religion. I can think of a lot of instances under which you would have public schools with state religion. Like, they would just be really nationalist. Especially when the religion is intertwined with, like, the state nationalism. Like, didn't Japan quite literally have public schools while they had state Shinto? Or I guess maybe on paper, technically speaking, they had freedom of conscience. I actually don't know how that played out. Well, funny thing is, we actually do have Prussian education as well. In religious schools. Yeah, sorry liberal movement, or radical movement, I just don't think we can give you anything. Don't think we have that many academics in Tohoku. No, not really. Alright, who's in charge? Ooh, Imperial Way Party starting to lose a couple of votes. I would not mind the Chonin being in power, actually. Chonin, we actually kind of want you to be happy, so unfortunately that requires us to be a little bit racist. You gotta pass public education this year for the LARP? They won't let me. I can't because I have state religion, and I think it's a weird dichotomy. We can have the private schools, but I don't really like those. It disables the education institution, and I don't want that. I want public schools, but we can't because we have state religion. And nobody wants freedom of conscience. When's the Shinto journal entry gonna complete? I have no idea. At some point. We're currently at... I don't even know which... Okay, we need 10 of our states to be 60% Shinto, and we're not there yet. We're like mostly Shinto, I think. It's kind of hard to tell because a lot of our population here is actually in Korea. But I think in Japan, most of the states at least... Yeah, we're getting pretty close to having mostly Shinto. Use the edicts? I mean, what does this actually give us when it times out? Or when it's done? Yeah, okay, that's pretty good actually. 20% authority. It's kind of cracked. And 5 legitimacy? That is pretty cracked. Okay. No, never mind. I think it's fine if we just wait. I guess I could use some edicts. What war was that again? Oh yeah, they can deal with that. I guess we could put like 1 down in the capital. I do like legitimacy. Okay, this is a real problem. It will become revolutionary, and I could put down the revolution. It would be really annoying though, because so many of those pops are in Tohoku. I'd rather just throw them a bone. Do you want the right to associate? Or anti-strike laws? I can give you anti-strike laws. The Chonin won't like that, but at least we won't get a revolution. I didn't put all my eggs in one basket, I just made one really big basket with a lot of eggs before I made a few others. Sometimes I start laws I know will take a while just to make the revolutionaries calm down for a bit. It actually is genius. Also, where's this election? Here we go. We would like the Free Trade Party to win. In a major upset, we might actually get them to win. I'm still losing a bunch of money. What am I losing money from? Is my navy still out? Is it still at sea? No. What am I spending so much on? Might be the interest, actually. Yeah, the interest rate went up because of the Chonin not really liking me anymore. That is a bit of a problem. Okay, it seems we're kind of solving a few issues. I don't want this to pass too quickly. We'll do this. Are you exploiting the use of the Straits of Japan? No. There's only like one strait though. But who's even paying this? Like, who is actually going through this node? Instead of just, like, going down here. Now that is a better government. We're only getting support from the radical movement anyway. So, actually, we might do this. Ooh, path to liberalism, okay. Alright, you could... Well, you gain popularity, that's cool, I guess. You guys become radical. I don't actually want you to become radical. Actually. You can just get popularity, because being a market liberal is fine. Because I might even push for laissez-faire. I wish I could control these straits. Oh, I can. I'm stupid. I thought it was a subject thing only. No military ships can pass through. Okay, you know what? I'm actually gonna place a few tolls on that. Just a handful of tolls. Maybe. Just a spoonful. If I add too many, then I think people are just gonna start using other routes. Tax to the max? Nah, that's gonna cook it. Why is that not cooking it? Are you also doing maximum taxation? No, no one's putting any tolls on here. That's so weird. Why are people still using this? It cannot be cheaper to pass through here and pay an enormous amount of tolls than to go up and then through this strait. It cannot be cheaper. But what's passing through here? Some of our exports, some Russian exports. So some of our imports are passing through. Some stuff with Qing. We're actually taxing a lot of our own economy here. I don't know if I like that. But I'm also not sure, like, what are the actual effects? Does it increase? Or rather, like, does it decrease the amount traded? Like, what does that actually do? You don't pay your own tolls? I mean, that makes sense. Okay, never mind. Maybe it's just, literally free. Free money. .7 infamy for a colonial claim. You're out of your mind. I mean, yeah, we would like to get the other straits nearby. However, this is partly owned by Britain. Actually, would you be so kind as to transfer me... What's this place called? British Malaya. Can I buy that off you? Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Trade union slander? No, we'll make this guy more popular. Successful coup in the Japanese East Indies. This Dutch guy is back again. How does he keep doing it? He can't keep getting away with this. Oh, no, wait, we have a different guy in charge now. The counter coup. Dude, that's so cooked. Alright, listen. I'm gonna appoint another governor. And it is going to be the experienced extractor. I'm sure that's fine. Slave revolt imminent. Anyway. Extraction economy. Still no dice. It's so hard to get your colonies to do anything. How am I supposed to extract stuff from my colony if my colony won't accept being extracted from? Okay, I'm gonna use the washroom. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. 1 second. Okay, I think we only really need to send over, like, these guys. There we go. Now we should be able to start colonizing. Ooh, not really where I wanted to start colonizing. I would like West Micronesia. We're gonna have to move the Navy back in there soon. I think at this point I actually am just gonna gun for steel frame buildings. Maybe. No, before that, I'm going to want dynamite, open hearth process. I think those are the two that I want first. Because then I can do the actual production method swap for these two at the same time as I do steel frame buildings. So that we don't mess up, like, the entire economy. Coal's actually making up 45,000 revenue is kind of crazy. Okay, your mission is going to be power projection. Yo, thank you very much, Lysander, for the 10 gift subs out of nowhere. Crazy drop, thank you so much. Forgot that I used my Prime sub on someone else this month. It's okay, you don't have to make up for it. Like, it's alright. I'll forgive you. You don't have to drop 10 gift subs. But I do appreciate it, thank you. Don't forgive. You're right, my bad. Actually, I think 20 gift subs would make up for that, maybe. You know, it's just only 10. My only concern is since I'm paying in Turkish liras, you might get like $3. I actually don't know how the pricing works for like gift subs in on YouTube. Because I know that I have, like, I can set my own price for the YouTube memberships. So I think the lowest one is like $2 Canadian or something. So presumably you gift like the lowest ones. I think that's how gifts work. I did want to make the memberships actually cheaper than like a Twitch sub, but I don't know if they have dynamic pricing. What I paid for 10 gifted is less than what I would have paid for a single beer? Oh, okay. In that case, yeah, we might actually be getting like $1.50. That's alright. Oh, you're already a subject of my subject. Lovely. Might have to start funding the Dutch East Indies. Unironically, I might have to bail them out. They've declared bankruptcy so many times. I also own, like, none of the GDP in here. It's still owned by the Netherlands. How do I even resolve that? If then she gifted 10 subs, you'd have to pay 40 euros. That is quite a bit. That's quite the difference. I like how sometimes I actually am allowed to just have my guys swim across, and sometimes I can't. The same cost I could give around 120 subs. Tank the sub economy. You can't fix ownership in vassals unless you force them to go communism? Well, I have another solution. We simply annex the East Indies. And then we force nationalize. Can I please have a colony? No. Okay. Can I please have an economy? That's the next question. I actually still have so many peasants. The population is enormous in this country. How do I de-peasant all this? Let's start with how expensive are construction goods. We need more wood. Okay. We're gonna chop down every tree in Japan. That's what we're gonna do. Inflation is the answer to everything? That's kind of true. Just print more money. Okay, can I have a colony now? Yup. Nope. Because the Philippines have claimed it. Buddy, you're gonna be my colony the next, like, 20 years. Don't go too crazy. Alright, fine. I will colonize these islands. Ooh, that's expensive. Yeah, that is severe malaria. That's crazy. That is crazy. Also, what do you do? Production research, manufacturing tax income. We're gonna do this one just because I don't want to have too many setbacks. Like, I don't actually want to pass this law. I just want to pretend like I'm gonna pass it and delay for as long as possible. Also, that's a really big slave revolt. As it turns out, creating a colonial empire really is just a series of rebellions. Can't imagine why, but people don't really like it when they're basically forced into slave-like conditions, working long hours for little pay. Can't imagine why, but they just don't like that very much. We have a chance to offer recognition to Circassia. Let's go! Absolutely. Just because we don't like Russia. We do not care even slightly about Circassia right now. But if it annoys Russia, absolutely. Okay, are we not gonna move this army? Because I think I just asked you to move this army. I'm pretty sure I just did that. So, what's the move here? Are we gonna move the army? Because delaying the movement of this army is actually kind of an issue for this war. Kind of a problem. Oh yay! More revolts. Okay, hold on. You're gonna come back here. Waiter, more revolts, please. More colonial revolts in my subjects. We do have a new mandate. Now we could go more into the companies one to pick up another company. I could also get the where's the colonial one? Colonial offices. But we don't even get colonial offices to a high level until much later, right? We can get it up to level 3, I guess. That'd be minus 15% infamy against the non-recognized powers, including China. But maybe we don't have to worry about taking over China yet. And these small fry don't actually cost too much. So maybe we're going to maximize companies first, and then maximize colonial offices. Because I do want that extra company sooner rather than later for the interest reduction. And also because we kind of need 2 Japanese companies for the corporate empire. Might as well learn Vic 3 to play Japan, as EU5 Japan is so horrible to play. Yeah, I have not taken a look at... Sorry, did I say EU4? I meant EU5. I haven't taken a look at EU5 Japan since that one stream I did. I'm kind of just waiting for someone else to tell me that they work now. I have no idea where these tiny armies are popping up from. Or the invisible armies with 0 people. The thing is, even if we do this assimilation thing, I mean, I'm going to do it. But more so out of curiosity, like, is anybody actually going to assimilate? I don't think so. I do want to try something, though. Is that going to assimilate? No. I mean, I figured it wouldn't. Reformer. I actually... Yeah, actually we'll get rid of you. Okay, so that doesn't actually do anything. Assimilation in homeland states allowed. Okay, so they're allowed to assimilate, and it's increasing assimilation, but they refuse to. Refuse? Or maybe it's because I have increased the hostility in these locations? Or increase the radicalism. Oh, that shouldn't change, though. Very confusing. Maybe you need to have, like, a seed population? You need to have, like, a few people to start the actual, conversion? They are converting to Shinto, though. Like, that's working. Oh, no, never mind. They are becoming Japanese. Huh. Okay, well, I mean, it's super slow. Probably not even worth it. I was just curious. It does make him super upset, so I'm just not going to do that, but I was just a little bit curious. Instead, I think we have a lot of oil, not oil, a lot of wood. Where do we have a lot of wood? In here? And then I think we need more wood, actually. We are importing wood. If we're importing wood, then we could be exploiting more wood. Or maybe the Japanese are moving in. I mean, we would see migration if that were the case. I don't think they do. In fact, we're getting some Korean migration into Japan. I think. Unless these are Japanese people that are moving. No, we're getting some Koreans moving. Okay. Let me do a little bit of theory crafting. Like if we do a little bit in each one, does it like kickstart assimilation? Or no, I don't think it changes after that. $5.13,000. Ban the manifesto. Pay it no mind. Start a propaganda campaign to counter it. My favorite. Maybe we actually do that. Now we'll just ban it, whatever. Okay, so the amount actually decreases. Okay, there's actually no point in doing that. It is irrelevant. Okay, interesting. What else do we do in this state? Clothing, okay. We can have manufacturing, I guess. There we go, everything's fine here. We're gonna move you guys into here to help push. You guys will just sit here, I guess. You can actually demobilize. Number 2, GDP feels good. Oh yeah, we can put tolls back on. Literally free money. There you go. You have anti-strike laws. Radicals should be happy for a little bit. You have the Korea entry. We're gonna pick up the Korea entry once we beat up Russia. A lot easier said than done, because I'm fighting half of Europe to take one little piece of Korea. How strong is your navy? 9.4? 8.5? That's pretty close, actually. Alright, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna create a second army. More munition plants. Like, a lot more. More like a third army, but whatever. Isn't that better? If you kill the rebellion in Korea first, then conquer it from Russia after, don't you dodge the fail condition? I have no idea what the fail condition is, so I'm just gonna believe you. If Korea rebels, I think you fail the Korea journal entry. Okay. Yeah, in that case, maybe we make them angrier. And then they have the revolution, and then we put the revolution down. And then we're just straight chilling for a while. I think we also have to actually incorporate Korea. Which means we're probably going to need more government administration. Wait, where did my colony go? No, we're still colonizing here. Okay. Actually, can I get a little colonial claim? No. Okay. Why not? No available states. I can see one right here. Seems pretty available to me. Doesn't really matter. Not incorporating Korea, because I had no idea we had to. And then also I kind of wanted to keep them as colonial states. But I guess we could incorporate them. They're supposed to be your version of Ireland. Alright, we can start incorporating a little bit. How long is that going to take? 13 years? It is kind of a while. Oh right, of course. I kind of forgot that we had to do stuff in Hokkaido too. Empire of Japan gets minus 20% assimilation and increased acceptance of the Ainu culture. Increased assimilation, fishing and whaling. Migration attraction. Assimilation, migration attraction, agriculture. That's a lot of reduced assimilation. We are going to take the second option, which I think is the historical one. Establish state-sponsored colonies. Sure. Depends on your endgame. If you play for long enough, you run out of all pops in mainland and don't have enough people for manufacturing. True. Well, at that point, that's when you just, like... That's why you have to, like, birth rate max. Low-key. That's why you have to reduce mortality and increase birth rate. That's why I always go birth rate company as an opener. Yeah, and I actually didn't do that. I always rush public healthcare, but I didn't do the company. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna bring a bunch of people into Hokkaido. And then we need one university. Safety conditions is powerful for mortality reductions? Yeah. That is probably fine. I just don't really have the political will to push much at all. Oh man, this guy's radical. Oof. It's expensive, but it's not that bad. What's capitalist clout? Not very high. Never mind, it's pretty high. It actually is like a solid quarter. Okay, so I actually do need to provoke this Korean rebellion. Let me just go ahead and, like... We're gonna do that. It's gonna make them angry. And ideally, it's gonna make them revolt. Go on. Do something. Please. Please get angry. Fake pass ethno-state? Maybe. Ooh, maybe. Just bait them a little bit by pretending. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, look. Oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. You won't like that. There we go. Okay, now what else can I do? We've already taken mostly everything. We have half of the strait. I'm gonna put more tools. Actually, I should take this. But I'll take it maybe after this war. I'm gonna do it. See, there you go. That wasn't so bad. Alright, we actually don't want to pass ethno-state, though. Literally just rage baiting them. Are you planning to orchestrate China annex? Define orchestrating China annex, and I'll let you know, because I have no idea what you mean. Like, yeah, in theory, what we would like to do is reduce Qing's relevance so much that they drop down to being like an unrecognized regional power. But that's a pretty hard thing to do. Wouldn't it be funny if they get support from Russia? No, okay. You need them to pass institutions, which makes them go bankrupt. That sounds so stupid, but like I can actually see the vision. I can see why that would work, even though that's... Huh. How do I force them to pass an institution? Like, go to war with a law commitment and force them to pass, like, public health insurance or something? The welfare one crushes them? That's so funny. Oh yeah, let's do that. Agricultural College in Sapporo. Technology spread. We're gonna take the engineering for mines throughput for 10 years. Okay, we'll do land reclamation. We'll get open for business, because the immigration isn't that important right now. And then introduce new crops. That's kind of expensive, but it's fine. What do we not actually have in Japan? We don't really have vineyards, do we? No, we have vineyards. Do we have dye plantations? Yeah, we have dye plantations. We have rice farms. We have opium plantations. We could always have more opium plantations. I think we only have one opium plantation, actually. Yeah, we have one in Japan. We'll get a second one. Alright, the second army here actually does need a general. That will be... It's gonna be you. Oh, we need a lot more investment, or a lot more construction. I didn't even realize. How close am I to steel frame? Next 3 years? Okay, maybe we'll save the investment pool, we'll stack it up, and then we'll swap over to the other production method, and then it'll burn all of their capital on investment. If you time it right, there's a way to get an annex CB on China, on a China Civil War tag, and then as soon as they win the Civil War, you annex them. Low infamy China, that's so cursed. It's cursed, and like, I actually know exactly what you're referring to as well. Unless, no, did they patch that? Maybe they didn't patch that. We haven't gotten the Taiping Rebellion yet. I don't know when that's going to be. So maybe that'll be an opportunity. Anyway, this is going to be way overkill, but... that's okay. It's not even close. Maybe I should have built like one port. Universities? In my colony? Oh, someone's building a port. Okay. Hawaii wishes to join the power block. I mean, I guess. But aren't you supposed to become my subject? Yeah, wait, hold on. I was investing in Hawaii for a really long time, and then, like, nobody turned them into a subject? I'm confused. Did they just say no? Kind of wish, like, if you had an overwhelming advantage, you could just start more combats. Just sweep across. Actually, the Constitutional Reform Party is very interesting. I believe the tent is getting a little too big here. Trade unions and the Zaibatsu. The tent is becoming too big. Trade unions, Zaibatsu, and intelligentsia, and they are sweeping the elections. Alright, the secession has been crushed. I believe, are we in a good position for this? I wouldn't say it's a bad position. We do need an admiral. So yeah, so we're gonna have 0 organization for the next 30 years. Cool. Man, we are just best friends with Britain right now. Best friends forever. So, could we start this war? Maybe. Do we just have recruiting issues? I would like military statistics at some point. You know, technocracy or LARP's monarchy? We might, technocratic monarchy. That would be kind of cursed. Or maybe not. Did you get the promotion without cause debuff? I have no idea. Okay, the manpower is ticking up a little bit. If you promote too much, your estates get pissed if it's not them being promoted for generals and admirals. Oh. Well, honestly, that's a skill issue for them. I think they're fine, though. For the most part. Okay, we have too much money. We have too much money. I have to do something about this. Even though we are going to swap over pretty soon, we just have too much money. Just can't stop winning. I might even make a third army. Maybe. Because the thing is, I do have to fight Russia. Hold on, I'm gonna have to scroll down. We have to fight Russia and all their friends, and I don't really want to do that. But if we do, and we kind of do, then we should try to make sure that we can win against all of them. Make sure to do a distraction naval invasion in Kamchatka. I actually just might do that. Well, I might do an actual invasion of Kamchatka. Might do like a real invasion. Let me just make sure before I build another army that I actually have the materials. I'm using a lot of munitions. We're actually selling a lot of munitions. We also have new explosives that I kind of forgot that we had. There we go. More munitions. Easy. Just gonna tank the economy slightly for a second. Unequal calendars. Oh yeah. Wow, I really don't like any of these. 5% reduced tax collection? I mean, that's happening either way. Okay, we can use the electric telegraph. It's basically the top option, but it doesn't last as long. Yeah, I'll take the electric telegraph one. Also realizing that I never maxed my innovation, and I feel a little bit stupid for that. Okay, yeah, we can have up to plus 50, sure. What would another 10 give me? 15, I think? 15 plus it increases the throughput. So maybe I'll put like another 10 in here. So that'll be an extra 30 innovation plus whatever the throughput bonus is. Which should probably put us at the cap, maybe. Generally build a 100 stack of universities as Japan at around 100 million GDP. That's too many universities. That's a lot. Only 100? What are you people made of? I'd build like 50 maybe. Ooh, can I have the Philippines, please? I would love to have the Philippines. Wait. Aren't you allied to Russia? Maybe I don't take the Philippines. Oh wait, Russia doesn't have an interest. Which means technically... Hold on. Do we still have that exploit in quotations? I'm gonna check to see if we still have this exploit. No, we do not. Never mind. I think they patched it. Never mind. It used to be that, you know, since Russia doesn't have interests in the Philippines, then they would not be able to help Spain defend the Philippines. But I think they patched that, so never mind. Okay. Okay. So do I make a third army? This should not be an army. Actually, I should not, because it's 4:30, and I'm hosting D&D in 2 hours. And I have not done any world building or preparation for it in the past 2 weeks. So I should probably... before going to war with Russia, probably call it a little bit for today. I've been playing for what, almost 5 hours? Number 2 GDP is not a bad spot to be in. Number 2, great power as well. Your peasants have chairs? We want them to have chairs, because if they have chairs, that means that they're... I think they're now at like the peak of their birth rate, and I think it only declines from here. I think it declines after 15, actually. So it's good when they have chairs, but if they have too many chairs, that's when it gets complicated. We need them to be impoverished, but not like too impoverished. Yeah. Also, still no Canada. It is 1877. Interesting. Also, what is this flag? Weird. Okay, anyway, we probably are going to call it here for today, actually. We got some good progress done. Even though I feel like I didn't really play too much. But we did actually take over, like, kind of the rest of the East Indies, except for this. That's a subject of a subject. Still need that. And I guess whoever this is. Where'd you even come from? And then, yeah, we took over a good part of Korea. We increased our GDP from, like, here to, like, up here, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, number 2, great power. Not bad. And then we get more companies. It's only up from here. 20 is the peak. Of birth rate? That can't be right. 20 SOL? I thought it was 10, and then maybe peaks at 15. Like, 10 to 15 is pretty equal, and then it peaks. Oh, birth plus mortality rate. Oh, it's max pop growth. That's what you mean. Yeah, I think I've seen... Wait, didn't someone, No, maybe that was an exploit. I don't remember. I thought I saw someone with, like, 25% pop growth, because there's, like, something that existed with Japan that maybe doesn't exist anymore. Okay. So it might actually be at like 10 or 11 is when pop growth maxes out. Because birth rate starts to decline after, I think, 10 or 11. But mortality also continues to decline. So between 10 and 15 it's like relatively even, I think, in total, until it only goes down from there because birth rate drops faster than mortality. Interesting. Then we can also get rid of mortality in other ways. Okay, anyway. I saved the game already. We're gonna call it there. I keep on stun-locking myself by looking at numbers. We love that. Okay. Pop growth peaks at 15 SOL. I'm sure it does if you have private investment or private hospitals. I don't know. Maybe not. Okay, anyway. For real this time. We will be back at some point this week. Who knows? Maybe even tomorrow. Probably not, though, because I should record something instead. But maybe. Never say never. There's a possibility we could be streaming tomorrow as well. But for now, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. I will be back as soon as I can be, and hopefully we get to play a little bit more. I think I'm going to play more of the EU5 update, actually. started an Athens run, and we only played one stream of that, so we'll see how that goes. Anyway, we'll see if that happens like tomorrow or something. Or maybe, what is it today? Wednesday? So maybe Friday instead. There is definitely a stream on Saturday, though. That one's guaranteed, so... yeah. Anyway, have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I will see you soon-ish. I'm gonna see if there's anybody to raid real quick. Just gonna do my due diligence, see if there's anybody I want to raid. On YouTube or Twitch. Let's see, is there anybody who is streaming right now? Nope, not really. Okay, that's that then. I'll see you guys later. Good night.